shockingly, I can't sleep right now. I guess I've been sleeping too much. And my body's like, no thank you. So, I thought I would just come back and do some random PVE stuff on this character. I don't have a whole lot of, well, I think I'm missing one Shadow Tree level. And so the goal actually was not to kill piggies. It was to do whatever I can do to get more Shadow Tree fragments so I can get my last level. And I don't recall whether or not I've killed my rhino that's in this area. But I know that rhinos give Shadow Tree fragments. So I wanted to so I wanted to just come do this, and I thought, well, I guess I might as well stream while I'm doing it. At the moment, my phone is charging because the battery nearly was dead. So I don't have, what do you call it? Can't see the chat while I'm playing right now. But that won't last very long. It just needs to give my phone a wee little bit of time to charge. And then I will be engaging with the chat. But for now, I'm just gonna be doing this. I can't believe I just hit that thing, but that much damage is a huge amount of damage, you guys. Oh goodness. There's so many of them. Should I be cheap and just get my car out? Oh, I'm gonna... Okay. Look, you guys, I died. I was cheating and everything and I died. I was like mega buffed and I died. Cheating according to, you know, the elitists that play. I think I've got hives on my hands at the moment. Alright, so I just have to get good, really. That's what I have to do. In fact, maybe I can use Torrent down there. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Yes, I have COVID at the moment. And it's all but robbed me of my voice currently. When I first started streaming, I wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to stream because, my voice was so bad. Oops. Hold on 1 second, I'll be right back. Thank you, I appreciate that. I think I'll be fine. I just have to like get through the feeling of being constantly winded and exhausted. Alright, so let's do this cleverly this time. Oops. That's not the clever way to do it. Okay, and then... And this? And this. And now I think we're ready. And we'll start like this. And then we'll do this. And then we'll do this. And then we'll do this. And then we win. Yay. I thought this was supposed to take me, am I supposed to go through that tunnel just there? But hold on, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, goodness. Nothing in this room, hey? Looks like I've been here before, so I must have got it. Sorry. I sound like I'm dying. Alright then. Is the mimic coming? No, she's not. I must have already got my hippopotamus. Because I don't see it. Fairy. I like how we can actually see more things of the Rao here. More of their decorative stuff. If you see, do you recall what Marika's circlet looks like? Don't these scribbles on the side of the thingy, don't those look like Marika's circlet? To you? To me they do. They look a wee bit like that to me. Oh. Hmm. 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 I feel like there should be more secrets for us to uncover in the rare ruins. Don't you feel that way? I feel that way. I am killing piggies because they drop beast horns sometimes. And beast horns are mega rare and can be used to craft very useful thingamabobbies. And you know how I love my thingamabobbies, so. Is it just me, or does it seem like the DLC has a lot of unused space? Like, tons of beautiful, fascinating emptiness. It seems a bit silly. And I also think it's weird that Mesmer's Black Keep is attached to so many beautiful areas. It's attached to the Rao. So surely he would know something about the Rao. Or like, you know, America knows about the Rao. But we just don't know very much at all. There's a really good video by someone named nameless singer on the row and like the origin of the vow or the oath between the row and the giants, the knights and the flame, and is quite interesting, quite cool. I found a burrow. A row burrow. What I really want to be able to do is create those thingy-mobbies that move really slow. They're like little sprites and move really slow and then explode. Because why wouldn't I really? But also because that's just really cool. But like, look at this little forest area. There's just this forest area here, and there's nothing in it but a bear. Excuse me. There's no secrets for us to uncover. There's nothing, just emptiness. Okay, here's something. How much do you want to bet it's going to be something like a cookbook or, you know, something like that? Let's see. Oh, gold horn tinder. Okay. Very useful. Very secret. Very storytelling. And I'm not trying to hate on this game, obviously. I adore this game. I love this game. I spend hours talking about it. I spend hours and hours and hours playing it. All my friends and my boyfriend and everybody I know are all like, when are you going to log out of Elden Ring? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Fuck off. I don't know. It's my life. So obviously I adore this game. I love it. I love this world. I never want to leave it. But I do wish that it was more discernible. That that they had done more with this space. This tremendous amount of space that they've given us that's just empty. I mean, it really is just empty. And I'm sorry if people are talking to me in the chat. My phone died, and my phone is how I watch the chat to see what you lot are saying. But at the moment, my phone is charging because it died, and so I can't see what you're saying yet. As soon as my phone's done charging, I will be able to see what you're saying, and I will respond. Yeah, okay, so they gave us this. But I'm pretty sure I've been here before. Yeah. I've been here before. And I probably found like the proper way in. But this is gonna let us look at her face close up. Is this what you think America looks like? Some people think that this lady is America. I guess it could be, couldn't it? But part of me just doesn't think so. She doesn't have a visible braid anywhere, and she, I don't know, the face doesn't look like, I don't know. Maybe it is. And maybe it's not. I just have no idea. But some people have speculated that it could be America. No, don't disappear. Fuck. Long. Is that a door that's unopened? So maybe I get on torrent and drop down? I feel like I've been here before. Maybe? And am I supposed to jump up higher? Or is this just where I was? This is where I was. Oh. of that ugly mask. Oh, hey. These tablets look very familiar. Where have we seen tablets like this? Literally in America's bedroom. And there's loads of them, look. Hey. Excuse me. Oh shit. That's what all these things are. These are all tablets. I wasn't even paying attention to that before. Wow. So we are starting to piece some things together. We just have to really stick with it for a really long time, I guess. Notice things we haven't noticed before. Oh, this is cool. It's like a desk. A desk with tablets. Another bar. For little spirits. I wonder, did I ever kill my divine beast over there? I think I did. No, I see him. Do you see him just through the trees over there? He's the hard one, the one that has like death blight. I think I tried like 6 times to kill him and couldn't do it. And then I gave up. Alright then. Nothing else. Another bear. What I want to see is... Yeah, see, that's what I need the beast horns for. And spirit calculus. Horned beast in ancient ruins. Horned beast in the realms of shadow. Okay. I knew I was hunting those piggies for a reason. Another bear. There's another one. I know that my gameplay probably is not the most exciting, so I'm sorry if I'm boring you to death, but I don't know, I don't think any of my gameplay is ever very exciting. So probably if you're someone who watches me, you're here for the lore conversations. And I mean, I'm not really having like riveting conversation either, but we're kind of exploring together, right? 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 No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, ooh, there's something I haven't looted before. Just over there in the corner. And another Row Barrow. I wonder if those respawn. Or if I really missed this many when I went through here the first time. Ooh, dry leaf whirlwind. That's something I'll never use, but it's really cool. My boyfriend will probably use that. He'll probably like it a lot, actually. He loves the this stuff. I was just talking to him about him maybe joining me in streams. He's far more entertaining than I am. He's funny, he's witty, he speaks fast, he's American. He has all of those things going for him. And I think if he made a YouTube channel, he would blow up really quickly for all of those reasons. And he plays loads of games. He doesn't just like obsess over one game like I do. So, and he also really loves PvP, so he might be joining me at some point, but if he does join, we'll probably turn PvP on so that he can have some fun, and so that you know, viewers maybe can have some fun with that too. I'm finding so many Barrow things, which very much pleases me. I had really wanted to find a lot of them, but I guess the problem now is that as many of them as I have found, I have not been able to find very many spirit calculi or beast horn things. Beast horns. Is this the place where that one Crucible Knight stands? I think she normally stands there. But I guess I've gone and defeated her, so she won't stand there anymore. I think I can level. My shit looks so weird. To me, it looks weird. I guess I'm gonna get my faith up to 80. Actually, hold on. I'm so sorry I keep AFKing, but I just heard that I got a text and my phone's probably charged enough for me to be able to watch my own comment section so I can respond to people. So I'll be right back. Okay, I am back and I can look at the chat now. So I can respond to comments and stuff. She has so many tablets. You can platform them around her bedchamber. Yes. America has tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of what do you call it? Tablets. It's ridiculous. Bitch likes to read. America is giving dog academia vibes. Yes, she is giving. Ugh, that one is annoying for real. Genocide was produced. Not boring. This is very relaxing and fun to listen to. Oh, well, thank you. Well, I'm happy for that. I'm glad that you feel that way about it. I can't tell if my furnace is up or not, so, but I just want to explore the Rao ruins, really. I think I killed him. But before I go, they do respawn. These Rao things respawn. These little the little nests respawn. That's really good to know, because now I know you can find 2 of them right here and I can literally just farm them. So I can have tons of them. Tons and tons. But anyway, okay, so now I know that. And I just want to explore, so you will die, and you will die, and you will die. I think there was another one over here. You're also going to die, sir. Thank you. We'll spare that one because he's pitiful, isn't he? Crying in the corner. But this one will die. And this one's gonna die. And also this one. And that one. Oh, hello, Enoch the disciple. Look, there was a little, there was a burrow there. There was a burrow there. Shall we jump down? I'm trying to sleep right now, so soothing British voice it is. Thanks, Paolo. Where are you located, Paolo, that you're trying to sleep right now? Or do you work nights or something? Hi, black man. You're very welcome to lurk. You're very, very welcome to lurk. I'm not doing anything too fascinating, though, I will admit. I'm literally just kind of exploring. For the sake of lore, of course. But, just trying to see if I could uncover any mysteries by just having a gander. One thing I have noticed about Rao is the night sky of Rao looks very similar to the night sky of, like, Rhea Lucaria. The night sky doesn't really look like this anywhere else, except for places where, you know, star worshippers are. And this night sky is really pretty. So yeah. Very, very, very cool. Very interesting. Thank you, because I was scrolling and I was like, ah, forget it, I'm not gonna scroll. Philippines, hey! Hello, hello. From the US as an expat. Oh, I nearly ran off the edge. Do you know what's really funny? Oh, hello. The thing I'm hoping for most as I run through here is literally, more of those row burrows. It's like the thing I'm hoping for the most. But I also really want to put together some lore. Like, I want to find some. I love the chinchillas, by the way. I think they're supposed to be like bunny squirrels. But, you know, if you put a bunny and a squirrel together, you literally get a chinchilla. Look at all these owls. Does this mean something? Why are there all these owls here in this one place? You know where owls drop, don't you? They drop those eepy eggsies. Eepy eggsies. And there's so many of them. Right here in this little area. In this little area. Look at all these owls! And I'm not gonna kill them because, you know, I really don't have any use for the eepy eggsies. But look, that's a horned owl. It has little hornsent. It's a hornsent owl. Yeah. Hornsent owl. Yeah. Very cool. But yeah, I don't want to do the owls harm. Look how cute they are. If any bird is actually a cat, it's an owl. Because that makes so much sense, right? I'm good at that. I'm good at just making sense. That's what I do. Hi, chinchillas. What's down there, chinchillas? Is that a place we can go? Ooh. Look over there. Look over there. Do you think I could make a double jump over there? Do you think I should? Oh, you know, I'm going to try it. Please! Oh wow, I just barely made it. I wonder if this is somewhere we're familiar with already. Oh, it is, because there's a flower thing here. And that would only be here if we can get here anyway. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? That's creepy. There's more than one of them. Did I really jump over here to be like horrified by a creature and run away? Surely not, surely. Surely not. Do you know I literally have that spell too? It's inside this spell. And you're gonna taste it. All life was once melded together. All life including plant life. A scarlet bud. How beautiful. Do you know what's really funny about all life being melded together, including plant life? This is actually true in real life. Do you know that we share, like, I think it's like 20%. It might even be more than, it might be like 16. Maybe before I share facts, I should look it up, but we share like a good percentage of our genome with like broccoli. Fucking broccoli. I highly recommend, highly recommend you guys watch Nameless Singer's RAW video. It is so fucking good. In fact, I might do a thing where we watch it together and I pause like constantly so that I can pause constantly. I pause because my dogs are back but yeah, I will stop it frequently so that we can discuss, because it's so bloody good. Don't worry, chinchilla, I'm not gonna hurt you. Those things are really freaky though. Oh, I don't want it to touch me. Oh, a game ended it really quickly. Waste my mimic. Yeah, no worries. Like I said, I'm going to I'll do a stream where we watch it together, and you get my commentary on it. I think I killed a little deer. My mimic's so good. She's like, allow me to drop this stone for you, madam. Is that a piggy? A piggly wiggly? I love how pretty this area is. I wonder if it's attached to anything. Like, because I don't remember ever coming here before. Poor baby. I'm sorry. But you have something I really want. You're just a regular piggy, aren't you? That makes me sound like such a villain. I'm so sorry, but you have something I want. Murders you ruthlessly. I play on PC, which is what I'm playing on now. Enoch is also on PC with me. Metal Foxhound is on PlayStation. And I really don't know about everybody else. Oh, is this a lift? It is a lift. Where's my stupid mimic? Where did she go? Oh well. Ooh, creepy. Why are there so many? Yeah, my mimic is really stupid. I don't know why she's so stupid. She's supposed to be me. Are they trying to say something? What are you trying to suggest? Miyazaki. Ooh, more pretty flowers. But yeah, I like exploring. La la la. Do you think that's too far for me to fall down there? Oh, there's my stupid mimic. So that means this is where I was before. I have 10 characters and they won't let me make any more. And it's funny because after making 10 characters I realized my favorite is to just do int faith, so like half of them were int faith. And some of them were you know, faith something else, but then there were spells that I really loved that I couldn't cast, so then I was like, well fuck it, I'll make this one an int faith too. And so basically all of my characters have the same build. She won't come on the lift, that's what's going on. Stupid bitch. So now I basically just focus on this character more than this one and my main. Rude. Rude. Oh yay, another Rowbarrow. It really doesn't take much for me. Flowers or Rowbarrows and I'm happy. What's that ugly noise? Ugly noise. Excuse me, I burped. I wonder if that's just the way that I want it to go. Yeah, I do that too. Kind of, sort of. Oh, why did I do that? Isn't she lovely? Isn't she lovely? Isn't she sweet? Wow. Whoa. Why is he so scary? Ooh. That was horrifying. That was his, yeah, his chicken wing. That was horrifying. That was like fighting a mini boss or something. And he cost a Moog ability. What is that supposed to mean? Beep, 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 beep. I wonder if I've already been here. And I keep like backtracking and not realizing it. And I'm like, tra la 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 la, like an idiot. No, I don't know about the Blood Fiends. I haven't read like any of their lore or anything. I'm a bad lore person. Are they They have rat faces, I know that. Ooh, the formless mother. Maybe I will look up their lore. Yeah, because he literally cast a Moog incantation. They were turned into that form by the formless mother. Is that the outer god that turned them into that form? The formless mother? Oh, they look big and stupid. Where's this like little tiny sliver of light peeking through that it looks like that? Oh, they found out about her and began worshipping. Uh-oh, looks like we're gonna have to do a lore dive. Where do we find all this lore about them? Is it in that one cave where they're like worshipping something and there's like a fuck ton of them? Is that where you find it? Uh-oh, why is my game remembering this? Where am I? Why does this look so familiar? Am I going backward? I must be going backward. Bloodfiend hexeroses. Long ago, a subjugated tribe discovered a twisted deity amongst the ravages of war, and they were transformed into blood fiends. The Mother of Truth was their savior. The Mother of Truth? The Formless Mother, the Mother of Truth, the Red Star. How many fucking names does this bitch need? Well, now she's got this bitch to add to the list. My dumbass. Ooh. Read it as they suffered so much they turned into this, but the Formless Mother accepted them. Oh. My dumbass didn't even do any lore research on them. Ooh, look. You can see my guy over there. Divine Beast. There are two of them, right? One guy in the back, one guy in the front. Lol. LOL. Isn't she lovely? Oh no, this is that thingity thingy. Where they throw the thingy at me. Stupid dogs from Stupid Dogville. Why do I have that of all spells? Mm. That spell is so good. It has such good range on it and everything. Wow, burrows! Yay! Skadooshie. No. Not another one. Isn't there one of those horrible people in here? Huh? There is a horrible person in here. No! No! You know the ones that I'm afraid of. That doesn't really narrow it down either. Those horrible people. The divine uterus looking fuckers. That. Okay. We did it. No! More tablets. What the fuck? Oh. What the fuck? Look at my mimic. They do. I saw that video too, where he looked at their bum, their bum, and they have tiny little tails. Before I progress that way, I want to go into the beautiful forest and look for these. Is that a horrible person over there? Oh god, there's horrible people out here. What are we gonna do, Mimic? Should we cleanse the forest of the horribles? America would want us to, wouldn't she? Do you think he sees me from way over here? He does. So why have you got such keen vision? Ugly leggings. Why do they have such a large aggro range? Where the fuck is my Mimic? What are you doing, stupid bitch? What is wrong with her? Is she not going to follow me down here? She is. She was just waiting for me to not be in combat, I see. Wow, this place. Is that a tortoise? Bird cosplay time? Hello, little tortoise. Is there a bird here? Like a bird man or something? Where's my stupid Mimic? Where is she? Where did she go? I swear she is a buffoon. She's a buffoon. She's just sat there. She's just sat there like a lemon. Yeah, the grave burb said, I think it's to honor the deathbirds. Because there was a time when the deathbirds were, and this is before tree burial, there was a time when the deathbirds were the keepers of the ghost flame, and everybody's bodies were cremated in ghost flame. And so the deathbirds were very renowned for that. Or rather very, like, highly, I don't know, they were all deathbirdy and whatnot. And they looked upon it and saw that it was good. And so they were like, amen. See? God, I'm a lore master. God. See, this is why you subscribe to me. Okay, let's see. Something about the ghost flame birds. Yeah, see? Apollo gets it. And I wonder if the Godskin Noble is wearing its inflatable donut flaps. Devil lightning. Oh, actually fair about the grave birds. Ghost flame existed around Crucible era in it. Lots of fire in that time, huh? Might be good for the twin bird worshipper cosplay. I think that they are different ages, the Crucible and the ghost flame birds, because the people who we know who were most prominent to the ghost flame deathbirds were people who we can actually find in the Nox City, and they look skinned and like really awful. And that like their eyelids are burned off and stuff like that. They have I been here already? Am I just going in circles? I think I am going in circles. I think I keep backtracking. But anyway, those people are not Horn Sense, they aren't Crucible-ish. They look a little bit smaller than the Tarnished, actually. And so I would wager that they kind of tell of the Crucible era that, or not of the Crucible era, but they tell of the Deathbed era that it came sometime after the Crucible era. I think the Crucible era is one of the oldest eras, like the primordial Crucible. And the other thing that we need to remember is that things seem to be moving cyclically, and sometimes things repeat themselves. Ah! Holy shit! I was not expecting either of these things to happen. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need a second to recover now. Hello, Heather. Wow. That was awful. Okay, is there any other direction to go in once we're in here, or is it just that way or that way? I think this is the way we... Is this the way we came up? No, it is not. Oh, and this has the lift, and I think we've been here before. I think I'm going in circles. And this is where my stupid mimic wouldn't go up, and yeah, I think I'm kind of just going in circles all around. Maybe we should go explore somewhere else then. Yeah, well, the way that I see the Crucible is as a dinosaur and paleontology nerd and a biology nerd, we have 3 Crucible Knights. One of them is named Devonia, and one of them is named Sperudia or whatever. There's 3 of them that have names that come from the Mesozoic era. And they are in periods of life just beginning. And if you go to those time periods, Actually, we can do this for a second. If you go to those time periods, you will see that we'll go to Mesozoic era. And actually, I think it's the Cambrian period. Yes, it would be the Cambrian period. And the Cambrian period, would it be the Cambrian period? Yeah, Ordovician, Cerulean, and Denovian, right? Yeah, there's the Ordovician. And so basically, if we, here, let's do this. Cambrian period. If you look here, this should be a better one. So there's the Ordovician, which overlaps with the Cambrian. But it's not showing us the other two periods. Yes, Ordovis and Devonia and Siluria. These are all times from like right here, Silurian, Ordovician, Devonian, and they all are part of the Paleozoic period. This is 500 million years ago, 435 million years ago, 410 million years ago. And during this time, you had, look what it is. Do you remember how I was telling you guys the Elden Beast is basically hallucigenia mixed with a star thing? Like, I'm not pulling this stuff out of my ass. I'm not like making crackpot theories that aren't applicable. Like, these things are actually applicable. So 100% the Elden Beast is hallucigenia mixed with the Laniakea supercluster. And we know this because we keep seeing these forms coming back up. We keep seeing this stuff being referred to in the game. So what they're trying to tell us is that the Crucible period is extremely, extremely old. Like super duper, ridiculously, unfathomably beginning of life old. And look how alien all of this is, but this is our planet. This is Earth. And these are real life forms that used to exist. And this is what Earth used to look like. Shallow pools all across the world. And tra-la-la-la-la. So, when they say stuff like, you know, when they show us these crucible nights, they really are referring to prehistoric age. Meta looks like, you know, a fucked thing as well. She really does. But yeah, so that's why when I first came upon this this Crucible Night that's in this section of the game, I was so like I was like why are they naming this Crucible Night after a Paleozoic period? And it started to click for me way back then, like about a year and a half ago, that it must be because they're trying to allude to, when they use the term primordial crucible, like, they're not fucking around. They mean primordial crucible. Like, they really mean it. Yes, but what we have to understand about great tree, erd tree, this tree, that tree. If you look at if you look here, there are multiple trees here. Like, this is a tree. This is a tree. This is a tree, and this are trees that are like grafting onto this tree. This one is too. Because this is not just a trunk, this is like the root system. Tree trunks aren't like underground, their root systems are underground. So I think what this is alluding to is that the erd tree was kind of grafted onto what was probably the remnants of the great tree, and it was probably done purposefully. This appeals to, like, whenever you're making a new religion, if you appeal to people's fundamental beliefs in other religions, it makes it far more palatable. I like how these Mikola butterflies are too high up for you to get, so they're just, you know, they're just there for you to look at. But anyway, and they are spiraling. They are 100% spiraling around the trunk of this tree. But this happens in real life with Christianity, for example. Before Christianity, there was paganism. And the pagans were sorry, I have to concentrate so I don't get fucked up. The pagans were being sold Christianity, like in the Roman Empire, for example. And sorry, I had to burp. In order to make it palatable, because people love the winter solstice, you know. So in order to make Christianity palatable, you have to do things that people are familiar with. So they made, you know, Christmas to appeal to pagans who didn't want to convert because it fucks with like the whole way of life. The winter solstice is like a big deal. And this was a way that you can convert lots of people from one thing to another by appealing to familiarity. So Marika, you know, or the Greater Will, or the Fingers, or whomever was, you know, the mastermind of all this, may well have been appealing to everyone's familiarity with the Great Tree in order to get them to accept this new religion. Hi, Review. Did you notice when he stomped? Rewind it and look if you want to, but did you notice when Siluria stomped? The runes that came out, some of them were blue. Did you notice that? Yeah, not very resistant to holy damage. Took a lot of damage from me. Oh look, more Mikola butterflies. These ones I can reach though. And so I will. And inside of here is Crucible Knight armor. Now let's read this stuff. So we got the spear. And the spear says, Siluria's tree, weapon of one of the two honored as foremost among the Crucible Knights. The other one must have been Devonia. The primordial form of the tree is close in nature to life itself, and this spear, modelled on its crucible, is imbued with ancient holy essence. Siluria's woe. So it casts sadness. Siluria's sadness? Why is she sad? And if we look here, Devonia's hammer. Great weapon. Great hammer wielded by Devonia, longest serving of the Crucible Knights. Weapon forged of primordial gold. Marked by its reddish hue and inhabited by ancient holiness, a torrent of life is engraved upon the striking face. What does it imply? Which thing? The woe? Siluria's woe? Or that the Erd Tree has a primordial form. I think the primordial form of the Erd Tree is the Great Tree. There's a shield. I don't know if I have it. There's a shield that tells about it a little bit. What does this tree say? Great shield painted with a divine scene. The recipient of a blessed tear from the Erd Tree. An item that looks back fondly on the age of plenty or the age of abundance. The divine scene acts in and of itself as a sacred invocation, gradually restoring the carrier's HP. There is a shield that I haven't got, which gives us a little more insight into that kind of thing. Shield of dull gold, with a beast engraved as its crest, lighter than most great shields and subsequently easier to wield. The beast depicted is Siraj, aged counselor who guides the golden lineage. Guides the golden lineage, huh? It does look really similar. Okay, so I'm missing a knight. This was Siluria, so somewhere is Devonia. Where is Devonia? Where can we find her? Does anyone know? Oh, the blue sparks, the blue shards of runes. Well, it implies residual life, right? Because Amber Cosmos is the essence of life, And glintstone is residual life. Oh damn, I didn't know Sirosh had such a profound standing. I don't know that Sirosh did have a profound standing in Rao. I was reading, this is the Golden Beast Crest Shield that you get from killing a grafted scion. A grafted scion that is in league with Godric the Golden, who prides himself on being part of the Golden lineage. One of Godfrey's ancestors, right? So at least that's what he claims, and what Rivu disbelieves. So does anybody know where to find Tifonia? I'm trying to remember. Owen Rao. Are you sure? Because I'm fairly certain she's in the base game. Isn't she? Oh, no, you're right. We do find her in Rao. I'm meaning Ordovis. Where do we find Crucible Knight Ordovis? That's what I meant to ask. I'm so sorry. It's my COVID brain. Yeah. Where do we find Ordovis? The hero's grave. South of Stormvale. In the hero's grave? South of Stormvale? I'm confused too. Ariza's hero's grave. Okay. Is that here? Yes, it is. If I can... Okay, good. I have not cleared this dungeon out. I think I probably just ran in here to get the Mikola's epitaph, the golden epitaph. So the thingy is gonna spawn and come get me, right? Jesus. I can't do anything. Bastards. Oops. Oh. Is this the one where you drop down? Yes, it is. Oh! Why are these things jump scaring the fuck out of me? Oh, alright. No! Move away! Death build up. Why do I have that instead of a cure? We will never know. Oh! I hate the jump scares. Can we please stop with the jump scares? I'm like the worst person to jump scare because it will work every time. I just need to peek. See what's going on. Alright, let's have a look. So when he goes down, he only goes to there. But that will change when I run down there, so probably want to run down into that little cubby now. Oh! Again with the jump scares. Oh, and he just keeps going. Alright, so let them both go by. Okay, so they're both gonna just go here now, I think. I think I'm about to get hit. Yeah. What? Oh god. What can men do against such evil? Okay, so I need to drop down there. Oof. Oh. This is actually really scary. Do you know that I never play by myself? I'm doing this for you lot. Because I'm scared to play by myself. Because I'm scared of everything. Oh, I think I'm just supposed to go this way, yeah? Oh wow, there's a whole fucking bit over there. Okay, I'm living. I'm living. Who do you think that is? Do you think that's Marika? Or some other woman warrior? Doesn't look like Marika from the hair, but you know, who knows? Oh! You are ugly. There's gonna be something in there that's just waiting to ambush me, isn't there? Why am I even asking? I just know it already. It's gonna be waiting like right there. Why'd it go so far away? Why is it doing this? You know what? Fuck it. Are you kidding me? I'm so stupid. Dying. Do you think this actually is bringing me somewhere useful? Or am I just going to be back underneath horribleness? It sounds like there's horribleness up here. All pet witches are ugly. That it is giving Glinda, isn't it? I am giving Glinda the good witch. That's okay. Ariana Grande is Glinda, so I'm okay with that. Oh. Does this mean that I can kill it? No. Can't kill it. What does it want me to do? Ride on top of it? Is that what they want? What do they want me to do? Am I supposed to jump that way? When it comes down and then run? That doesn't seem like I have a lot of time. What am I supposed to do? The door's not even open. Do I have to go somewhere to open the door? Oh, I can push it. And yet I wonder. No, that didn't work. Why am I so scared that I have to arrange everything? You can use Morgott Shackle at the point where the chariots cross to activate the light that kills them. Oh. But the light was on, wasn't it? Wasn't the light on? It looked like it was on to me. Yeah, doesn't the light look like it's on? Do I have Morgott Shackle? Doesn't look like I do. Oh, I do. It doesn't seem to have worked. Maybe they patched it. Explode. Yeah, maybe they patched it. Or maybe I'm doing it wrong. That's also a possibility. I'm very good at doing it wrong. It has to be closer to the open space where the two chariots are next to each other, not by the door. Oh. Well, we'll come back and try this after I kill the boss. Because that's going to require going back to the start of the zone. And I'm not fucking around, like, getting hit by the chariot a million times. Also, what are those statues up there? Also, look at these statues. Those are cool. What are those? Can you see them? Holy shit! Holy shit! These are the statues from, These are the statues from the Halig tree. This is that weird unidentified person, and we don't... I'll show you in a minute. We're gonna kill this, and then I'm gonna go to the Halig tree and show you. Alright. You know I'm gonna have to use my idiot mimic. What? There are two of them? A rando and... Oh no. Can you please do something useful? I guess that could be useful. Okay, we did it. Ugh. Bollocks. No, it's been so long since I mean, now I remember it, but I had to actually do it to remember it. Alright, let's see. Nuke them with light. Definitely, Metal Fox, I'm sure she was like, you fucking idiot mimic. Can you do something useful, please? So whose shackle have I got? Margot's shackle. Oh, so the light is on. Oh. Oh shit. Oh! Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Ooh-hoo-hoo. I'm still doing it wrong, hey? Idiot mimic. It was actually sad hearing her die. Her sad death scream. Do I do it? Can I do it? Can I try it here? Well, that light is already on, isn't it? I don't think it works. Oh, oops. Oh, okay, so you have to use it in a particular area. Oh, okay, well, thank goodness I'm done with this zone so I don't have to. Alright, let's see. Okay, more statues. Oh, okay, so that statue there I wanted to show you. Maybe that's where I should go. It's getting really hot in here. I'm gonna have to go adjust the aircon in a moment. It's so nice having aircon. In the UK, I would just be like sweating bullets and just dying, and no relief would be coming. Alright, I'll be right back. Goodness gracious. Alright, oh. Before I forget. So I think we got a weapon from that. We did, Ordovus' sword. Great sword of Ordovus, one of the two honoured as foremost among the Crucible Knights. This sword is imbued with an ancient holy essence. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. Huh. So gold is just life essence, like we've been hearing over and over and over. So gold is life. Isn't there supposed to be like a rune bear out here or something? Those statues that were overlooking the door to Ordovus's room, they look like this person. I'll show you. That person there holding the candle. That is not Megala. This person. They look like the same person, same clothes, same face. Mayhap. I wish we could go in these doors and stuff. I wish we could see stuff that we currently can't see. Isn't this where we get the Michelin Knight Sword? I've already got it. I love the reliefs here in the Halig tree. Like, there's so much detail. Look at this. There's babies climbing the trees, celebrating their shaman lineage again. And no, I mean, it could be Melania's other half. We don't know. We don't know if Melania has another half. But I mean, if she does, it could be. If Mikola does, why shouldn't she? I don't think so, because I mean that lines up with what I have been believing. That Godwin died during that age. Later on, if you talk to Gideon, the All-Knowing, he tells you that someone absconded with Mikola's infant form. And when he says that, he says, like, no wonder Marika was so, inconsolable. So it was like around this time when all this shit was happening with her children, and she was just like, fuck it. And I think that divesting yourself of aspects of yourself, the way Marika does with all the demigods, and the way Melania does with Millicent and Pollyanna and all of those others, I think that's a different thing than the other half Radigan Centrina thing. I think having another half type thing is because you were put with another being, like, and they melded harmoniously together. But I think the fractions of Melania are bits of herself that she was divesting, which is why Millicent says, like, I don't know what I am, but, I feel like I feel like I'm connected to Melania, and, like, I need to return to her the will to fight, the will to live, the will to resist the Scarlet Rot. And so, I mean, it kind of tells the story that that's what she is. Does this mean I've already been here? Oh shit. It does. I have already been here. Don't we get Marika's other eye from somewhere? Ancestral woods. A Galmath. Well, you're going to present why you think it is the same thing. But, I really don't think it's the same thing. And the reason why is because I don't think Radagon was always a part of Marika. I think he is a completely separate being that was melded harmoniously with Marika. Whereas I think Millicent is an example of an aspect of Melania that was always part of Melania. That's just what I think, but I mean, I'm not like the authority on it. Obviously, I could be wrong. That's just what makes sense to me, but it's not like I make perfect sense myself. So I don't want to fall. Revu, do you wanna pop in and do that interview like now while I'm doing this? Do you wanna do that? Okay, you wanna do the Jack thing. That's okay. It's okay to be really confident about what you think. It's a good thing to be very confident about what you think. You Celestial too. Do you want to do it now, Revu? Bleh. I feel like I hear a rat, but I don't see it anywhere. Oh, it's the eagles. They sound like rats. Okay, yeah, we can attempt tomorrow. Whenever is comfortable for you. Does anyone else want to come in and talk about your thoughts? I'm happy to have a nice conversation about lore with anyone and everyone. It can be it doesn't have to be somebody that I'm already friends with. We can, if you've been watching my chat and you've wanted to have a conversation, ask questions, share your thoughts, all that stuff, now's your chance. You will have other chances too, but just saying now in particular is a chance. This place is so cool. Hi, Mikola. This Spare ribs. Would love to, but same as Revu. Yeah, it's late at night where you guys are. I understand. But that's another story. Yeah, hi Mikura. Hi, love me to death. Hi, love me to death. Hello, hello. Hey, love me to death. Do you want to pop in the voice and have a bit of a lore chat? Do you want to? Do you want to? Is it a good time for you? Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to distract. I don't want to distract, but if you guys want to co-op and the three of us can have a chat, do you want to do that? You guys co-op and we just share in lore chat, all three of us? Yes, Brandon, another stream. I tried to sleep. I'm all drugged up and stuff. I tried to sleep and it's just not working. So I thought, you know what? I'm just gonna stream like all day long. Surprise! Yay! Okay. Alright, girls, let's use our girl chat. Shall we do that? I will meet you in the girl chat. And if anybody else wants to join, they're welcome to join, hey? Alright, I am in the girl chat, voice chat. Whenever you guys want to pop in. Hey, Brandon, that's awesome. I would love to hear your stuff sometime. We do have a Discord. A lot of the people that are watching me are just my friends. There's like 3 or 4 people here watching me that aren't just my friends. I don't actually have this many fans. I have like 3 or 4.
Hello, hello.
Hi, love me to death.
Hi.
Hello. Hi, Metal Fox Ants.
I'm so sorry you're feeling sick. That sucks so bad.
Oh, it's okay. I'm doing fine, really. Nothing a little bit of rest and recuperation won't fix.
Uh, being sick is like uh, the bane of my existence.
I mean, I'm not having fun, but it's okay. I'll be fine.
Can I turn up you, Metal Fox? I can hear you.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna turn her up too. So, in fact, I think I'm gonna turn you both up
There's
just
so
so.
much playback right now, so give me a second.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Okay, that should be good.
Yes,
Oh, Enoch, that's
Enoch
very
said,
nice.
yeah, yeah. We're fans, okay? Probably the best fans.
Definitely very supportive. Definitely the most supportive fans.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I just wanted to thank you all for, you know, without you guys posting my video around, I don't think it would have gotten the traction it did, so I'm very grateful.
Oh, girl, I very much disagree. I think it would have blown up regardless. But you know, and I don't have very many people who pay attention to me when I suggest something. I have like 3 people, so I
That's such a great
100%.
video.
Yeah,
Aw,
it's
well,
really good. I think that the community really responded to it kind of on their own. You made a really good thumbnail, and like it's just really good.
thank you very much. Now
And
I'm like, oh god, now how do I follow up?
yeah, it is a little bit scary once you dip your toes in and you start talking about stuff. It's part of the reason why I am just like I'm a live streamer.
Hmm.
Because I'm also intimidated by the same thing. Like, you know, I don't know,
Oh no,
sorting
people
out.
have expectations now.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Right. I
so,
was gonna ask where you are on your lore chat.
well, we were talking about the Crucible Knights and how they are associated with like the Paleozoic era,
Hmm.
and that it really is marking like a prehistoric age, um, that's deep in the history of this world.
Hmm.
Um, and this kind of connects to a lot of the stuff that you and I um, kind of, I guess, like where our beliefs and opinions overlap about the history and the ancient beings and all of that.
Hmm.
So one question I have that I just want to make sure, like, because I don't know if everybody's on the same page as us. Um, you see the Ol and Rao as being kind of related, right?
Oh yes.
Or no?
Uh, I think they are
Yeah, I think
related
they are
in
too.
some. It's hard to pin down, but I definitely think they're related,
Do you?
as well as I think the Rao comes after. I don't know the Ol,
It's
because the
so
Ol is
hard
more.
to pin
Yeah,
down. Yeah.
I don't know. It's really hard. But the headdresses of the Rao statue are similar to the ones in the Faramazula
Mm-hmm.
statues of the like I guess
The women.
Madonna and the uh man with the scepter, which makes me think he's probably an astrologer of some type. I don't know.
Yeah, 100%. I've had the same thoughts. Um, and then the one thing that so the connective tissue between all of these people from from like my mind is Newman, right?
Mhm.
So then you ask the question like, well, who are the Newman? And for some reason, I think the Rao came first. And here's why.
Mhm.
Um, so the biggest reason why I think the Rao came first is because these pillars of Rao can be
Mhm.
found in the deepest places underground and above the surface, and they cover more of the world than anywhere else in the world. And there are very few
Mhm.
ruins in, like, for example, the realm of shadow, but I think that the forges might be um, but it's hard to tell.
I
Uh,
think forges, personally, my interpretation were that they were Rao forges, but I could totally be wrong. I don't know.
so the only reason why I think that they might be is because look at do you see the kind of stone they use to build?
Mhm. Yeah.
This is the same kind of stone the forges are used. The forges are built with. Is this kind of stone.
Yeah.
Um, so that's just what made me think of it. But I mean, like I said, I could very much be wrong. And look at those columns and the pillars and the
Mhm.
reliefs and all that stuff. I'll go to a forge in a second and we'll look. But the other reason why I kind of think that the Ol came second is because we kind of know the Rao to be like a stargazing people, right?
Mhm.
Well, if you look on this tablet, it's depicting like astrology basically,
Mhm.
and it's kind of that there's like a map of the river between two worlds right here,
Yeah.
and then astrological symbols and stuff like that, which makes you kind of think because it's on the floor, broken, and like at his feet, and he's cradling another tablet that has a relief of a tree on it,
Mhm.
that it kind of is denoting that he is embracing a new way.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
he also like he's got like tree branches coming from his ball sack. So that's the impression that I got here, which means that these this stuff is cyclical, right? Like
Yeah.
so the Rao start with stars, then the Ol are like fuck it, we're gonna go back to trees, and
Mhm.
then the shaman are trees, but then
Mhm.
there's some of them who were tortured in jails who kind of seem to go back to stars, and like Rivu was saying, and then we go to the Eternal Cities after the genocide of the Haunsant and the liberation of the shaman, and they become the Eternals, and we see once again the same people. Half of them are tree worshippers, and the other half of them are trying to move back to star worship.
Mhm.
And then they have like a rift and a falling out, and the star worshippers become Nox and go underground, whether they're forced underground by the greater will or some other calamity happened or whatever. We don't know, but they go underground. The reason why this is in question is because, according to Ymir, um, Meted is like the first star that ever came down, and she never received any message from the Greater Will. So therefore, the Greater Will never really had much of an influence on this world.
Yeah.
And
In my opinion, the Greater Will is kind of like a, I don't know if you know anything about H.P. Lovecraft. I don't agree with him at all, but has big
yeah,
implications in FromSoft stuff. But I think of the Greater Will as like an Azathoth kind of god, like the idiot god, where it just kind of creates children, but it doesn't have like a mind really. It just kind of exists.
huh. I mean, that's a really interesting way of looking at it. Um, I think in this world, so much lore like attributes personification to the greater will. So I think like my like the instincts of players and stuff is to also apply that. But I mean it's kind of eye opening that it might be the case that actually people are personifying the greater will, but the greater will's like just a ball of energy.
I
Or
mean,
like
if you think about like what we do as human beings is we try to personify our universe and try to make meaning out of it, and whether that meaning is true or not depends on the person. But like, you know, Meteor has not been able to contact the Greater Will since she came here, and we don't know if she's contacted it prior to her being shunted off like a shooting star. Like, she could have just been created in the chaos, shot to the lands between, and just assumed that whatever she came from had some sort of purpose for her, but maybe didn't have a purpose at all, and she just is, just as we just are on our planet.
yeah. That's fascinating that you brought up Lovecraft actually, because we know George is like a mega fan of Lovecraft, and he like the wisdom of the Starry Night or whatever, the Starry Wisdom. That's directly pulled from from Lovecraft. And Lovecraft was a racist cunt, you know, but
Oh yes,
and he
horrible human, but
yeah, and he was
very
noticed.
influential.
Yeah, he was definitely like a weird masturbator, and there's nothing wrong with masturbating, but he masturbated weirdly, and that's notable. But he was definitely good at his craft, which was Lovecraft. No, just kidding. Which was, you know, these cosmic horror fantasies, and you know he must have been like a really disturbed person to have been so good at crafting these stories and still being like a paranoid racist person.
I think it was his paranoia that made him craft those things.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think, Metal?
About what specifically? Like,
About whether the Ul or the Rao came first, and if they are connected, if they're all Newman, Shaman, or if they're like a completely different people, and who came first?
I think there's definitely some connection between the Rao and the Ulverins, like that sort of limestone structure. It's very similar. In terms of what came first, I definitely also think Rao. We know that like the Land of Shadow was collectively known as the Lands Between, but the Lands Between, I think you've already pointed this out before, it's very terraformed. It looks very unnatural. There's skeletons like throughout the land of like those kind of structures that we see in Ul and Rao, those kind of pillars. So I think, yeah, it was definitely one of the first settlements of the Lands Between, and yeah, during Marika's conquest, she must have moved, you know, from there across the land. So yeah, I definitely think there is some connection there, and I'm of the belief that there is like sects to Newman culture, so the astrologers as well. And I think there's something really interesting about the Nox Eternal Cities, because that kind of architecture is so different and so complex, and
Yeah, so elaborate.
it's very elaborate, and the use of like silver as well, I think denotes a much later age, because if we're talking about like world history, like moving through like the Bronze Age, and yeah, I think I know that was kind of verbal vomit, but yeah, I agree with.
Not at all. It wasn't verbal vomit at all. But just to go back to what we were talking about with the ruins, really quick. This definitely has Hornsent iconography on it, with the so I think we were both might be incorrect um with that floral swirly spirally bit. That's very
Mhm.
very haunted. So who knows? But anyway, I'll
I mean,
come
I
through
think
here
they're
and
all
see.
similar because they come from, all the same area and probably the same original cultures, like, all mixing together. If they're all from the same area, there will be crossover with the
Yeah,
cultures. It
for
does
sure.
remind me of the what is it? The Ages of Man, from Greek mythology. Like you have the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, the Heroic Age, the Iron Age.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was talking to, I think it was just my stream about that. Like what's really fascinating is if you look at the dragons, their skin is made of stone, and like their city in the sky made of stone. All this stuff is stone. Um, and then I always thought like the dragons came first, and then came like the Crucible Age. But the
Hmm.
Crucible Age may have come first. But the Crucible Age, we see this bronze color, this copper color, which is supposed to
Hmm.
denote primordial gold. Um, and that copper color is really highly associated with the Crucible. And then after that, then we get like the Nox and their silver. Then after that, we get Marika's golden abundance age. And then after that, it's like we're broken. But I think actually gold might have come before silver.
I was gonna say, I think they were kind
Yeah.
of happening concurrently, but
Mm-hmm.
silver came as a result of, in my mind, my personal opinion, if this is in fact, was that after the Newman tried to kill Meteor when the Greater Will and all of that, when they were rising, like fundamentalism was rising, they were forced underground. That was their sin, and then that's when the Silver Age rose, when they were attempting to, at that point, bring out, bring about some creature that could stand against the Greater Will.
So, like when I was telling you about the Perseus Pisces thing, is
Hmm.
that what you mean? So
Yes.
you actually accept that, like you really believe that that's the case?
Oh yeah, I think
Oh my
they're
god, that's
kind of.
that makes me so happy.
That's a very well-rounded argument, and if you look at the Elden Beast, I mean, come on. If you just draw like a little diagram around the Perseus Pisces, you could get the Elden Beast.
Yeah, yeah. I was just telling everybody about how if okay, so the three major knights of the Crucible that we know of are um, Ordovis, Siluria, and Deno- Devonia.
Hmm.
These are all, the reason why I'm having trouble with them is because these are all Paleolithic periods from
Yeah.
the Paleozoic era. There's the Silurian era, the Devonian era, and the Ordovician era. And so I think we're supposed to connect the Crucible with truly like the beginning of life
Hmm.
and the beginning of
Molten Earth,
evolution in this
like
world.
Apollo says, Titans, perhaps.
Yeah, yeah. Like the Titans, I kind of think were first. They were like
Hmm.
the very first humanoid beings. And they probably were contemporaries with the dragons. They were probably the first ones to go to war with the dragons.
Hmm.
And that animosity probably carried on through the ancestors of both the dragons and the titans with giants and trolls and all that. So it's really fascinating to try to connect the lore, history, and all of that. But we were talking about these knights connecting to the ages because we were trying to sort of figure out. I mean, I guess that's kind of timeline stuff that we're trying to sort out. But
My two brain cells trying to figure out Elden Ring's timeline.
I know, it's so difficult. And it's funny because like Kite and Jack are both like genius level lore people here. And you know, they couldn't. I think they're still they're gonna try it. In her interview, I asked her, "Are you guys gonna try to get back into your timeline thing?" I think they both still want to try it, but I think, you know, one of the problems that they ran into, if you were watching those streams, was they just don't really see eye to eye on everything, and now more than ever, they don't see eye to eye on everything. Like nobody really does, because, you know, we're all grasping at straws, really, and so that's why, you know, for someone to have accepted a theory of mine is so exciting for me, because you know, everybody has their own thoughts here, and really that's all it is just people sharing their thoughts. And even of my own thoughts, I'm tentative, you know what I mean? Like this is sort of the ideas I think, but I could definitely be wrong, and if somebody says something cooler, like I'll definitely abandon it immediately. So
Same in my some people will just say like something, I'm like, you know what, that sounds better. I'll be like typing up a script and I'm like, wait, actually this other thing sounds better.
yeah, and that's what makes it really difficult to try to kind of how do you say when you
Nailed
are
down.
nail down, but also kind of orchestrate what you want content to be about. The only way that I can get through talking about lore is, you know, doing it on the spot like this, because if I were to try to organize my thoughts and write something down, I would be digressing constantly. And I, you know, when it comes time to like speak the script and all that, I would have to be constantly saying, but that's a, you know, a bit for another time, or that's, you know,
Talk about at some other point.
yeah. And then I'd end up being like tarnished archaeologist. Even though I love him or them, or, you know, whatever, even though that's one of my favorite lore channels, and I purposefully have not tried to reach out to them, or like have a conversation with them, or leave up a bunch of comments the way that I do with all these other lore channels and stuff, because I don't want the illusion to be shattered.
Yeah.
And because I value what they trudge up so much, that I like, to me, I just want them to stay kind of celebrity status. But I've noticed one thing that he does do that is a little bit disappointing is he will frequently say, but this is a story for another time, and then never goes back to it. And so, you know, I would end up doing that, and that frustrates me when other people do it, so I definitely don't want to do that. But yeah, I just I don't know, as I'm going through here, I'm just seeing so much. Do you guys see these reliefs?
Yes, the like swirly
Yeah.
things.
I don't know what to attribute that to, but my instincts are Hornsent, but I mean, it's kind of alien, isn't it? Is there lore that you can glean from these zones about them?
I remember when I was first playing through the DLC, I was staring at them for a long time, and I could not. I mean, they're not the same as the stuff in Fair Missoula, and they're kind of similar to stuff around the Divine Towers, but not completely. And then the ruins of Rao. Let me see. It's nighttime in my game right now, so I can't actually see anything. Let's see if I can take a look at some stuff around here. Oh, I have glowstones. But yeah, it actually... it's closest to the... I feel like closest to the ruins of Rao stuff, because that is really... And the Divine Towers, it's really ornate and swirly and stuff. My scientific analysis and swirly and stuff.
Swirly. It's all these swirly bits.
Oh, Brandon says kind of like or a serpentine figure.
Yeah, to me it looks kind of like laurel, like plant material.
Yeah, like vines and that kind of thing.
Yeah, but I mean it could be waves. It could be really anything. It's hard to discern what that is. But it definitely looks very old. It doesn't look
Well,
as
we get the weapon in the ruins of Starfall Pass. We get what's the name of that weapon? Meteoric.
oh yeah, the meteoric blade.
Yeah, and it talks explicitly about the old gods' arsenal.
They look very horn-like to me instead of plants. I don't know. I'm seeing horns when I'm looking at those reliefs.
Maybe like buck horns like that.
Oh, like
Yeah.
the budding
horns?
horns of the
Yeah.
ancestral spirit.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Just in general, like divine horns, they're like considered divine by the horn set. Yeah.
So you're leaning hornsons.
Yeah, in terms of that relief, but in general, I feel like there is some kind of loose connection between Radigan and these Smith Script ruins, because Radigan's past is a bit of a blur to us, but
My hottie doesn't have any freaking lore, please.
but my headcanon about Radigan is he wasn't only like a master craftsman in terms of like you get his needle that tells like he used to craft clothes and stuff, but I think he's also like a craftsman in like many different ways. He also crafts weapons, and I think
And
that's how he knows how to repair the Elden Ring. So yeah, I definitely think he is his own person in his past, and
Yeah.
I think, yeah, he might have been like a saint of the Forge, perhaps. Like, I think he is like this kind of divine saint. If we're considering like Marika to have once been a saint and Ramina too. But, yeah.
I have an absolutely batshit theory that I haven't solidified yet, but this is related to Radigan. So I've long thought that Radigan was some sort of mimic. Now that, we learn more about Saint Trina, I don't know about that. But some kind of itch in my brain is like, maybe Saint Trina is kind of like an Albinoric type being. And they create the royal family, or whatever, creates these vessels, because Marika's a vessel. And I think that's what Empyreans are they the perfect vessels for these godlike beings.
Yeah.
But they can create these like vessel beings to put like parts of themselves in with like sculpted flesh. So I don't know, I haven't gone to a through line with that yet, but that's kind of where my brain is, of like they create these other halves of themselves to, I guess, I don't know, better house things. I don't know. I haven't thought about it completely yet, but it's definitely been in
I
my
love
brain.
Yeah.
We love the crazy theories.
Definitely, definitely. I live for the fringe theories, for the tinfoil. I actually have a lot of ideas about this, you guys. But I don't know if I've already told them to you, so I don't want to bore anyone. But so stop me if I've already said this and you already know it. So when it comes to saints, we only know of 2 people in the game that are named saint something, right?
Mhm.
Mhm.
And those two beings are St. Trina and St. Romina.
Mhm.
And if we put together what we know about those two characters with what we know about what the Horn Saints were calling saints, we know very little about what the Horn Saints were calling saints, but we do know that what they were saying to the shaman was, this is your lot, get in the jar,
Mhm.
you should be happy because this is a divine thing and you could become a saint. I think that those two things are related. And I
Mhm.
think that becoming a saint is being successfully, harmoniously melded with other beings. And we know from looking at the pots that we craft, these pots here, if we read the lore about them, um, where is it? Here it is. Um, maybe they come from the cookbooks actually, but the lore about these talks about how the way that these were crafted was people were shoving all manner of things in these pots, and by shoving all manner of things from mushrooms to plant material to ice to fire to all kinds of things like that, these pots were creating different substances. This is something that follows us from the very beginning of the game until the DLC, like the idea of putting things in pots to create something new. And it's
Mhm.
right in our face that they're putting these saints in these pots, and a lot of what's coming out is monstrous. And there's a being on the map that we have known from the beginning of the game called a misbegotten, and
Mhm.
the word misbegotten literally means mistake. And if you
Mhm.
look at a misbegotten, they have like superhuman teeth. Um, they have like a human face, human hair, and even human sort of hands. But then their skin is like stone and scaly, and then they've got feathers, and then they've got wings and long dragon tails and spikes, and their
Mhm.
feet are like dragon-esque. I think that what the Hornsent were doing was trying to create beings that were harmoniously a reflection of multiple different kinds of life, that were functional and still had their mind. Um, and so they saw those beings as very divine. And so St. Trina is one of them. As a tree person, as a shaman, she is, part tree, she's part shaman, she's part this, she's part that, she's
Mhm.
purple, she's part flower, she's like a
It's the
lily or
best
whatever.
color.
Yeah, purple's my favorite. And then Ramina is part scorpion, part centipede, part
Mhm.
um, what are those birds called? Scarlet bird. And
Mhm.
she's got beautiful plant hair, and then her chest has like these weird red stones in it or something. I don't know what those are, but like she's like Centrina. She's an amalgamation. She's a blended being. She's a
Mhm.
harmonious, successful blended being. And I think that that is what they saw as holy. And so
Mhm.
when they had Marika, who was supposed to be a saint already, I believe. So she's an Empyrean, she's a saint. Radigan, who is also a saint. Um, and the reason why I think Radigan was a saint is I agree with what you said about him being in the forges and being a craftsman and all that other stuff. I think he was a misbegotten, and misbegottens are themselves created beings. But
Mhm.
they were seen as mistakes. And the misbegottens themselves are dragon and some kind of humanesque thing. And maybe it's giant, who knows? But they're dragon and something else. And then they melded a misbegotten craftsman with a giant and with this and with that and maybe even more dragon. I don't know, but it's like Radigan's name is an anagram for dragon, and he has so many connections to the misbegotten. He has so many connections to the giants. I think that Radigan is a saint of those things, and so then they had two saints. One, the male, the red male of, you know, that in alchemy he would be the
Red King.
the Rojo or whatever. Yeah, the Red King, and then the White Queen, and that's Marika. And so these two saints themselves, who both meld harmoniously, now will meld harmoniously with themselves. And in the trailer to the DLC, when we see her reaching into a cloth and pulling out strands, that cloth looks remarkably similar to the cloths we see of those statues where there's a tall person and a head shorter person, and they're wrapped in cloth and they're being pressed together and there's a horn wrapping around them. I think that that's what she's reaching into, and she's pulling strands of gold out of that. And whether the seduction and betrayal is Marika being seduced by the Golden Order, or rather the Fingers, to become a god and to install them in power, and then, you know, the betrayal is that there is no Golden Order, so she's fucked. So what does she do?
My read on that too.
Pardon?
I said that was my read on it too. That the seduction was her being seduced by the Golden Order, and then the betrayal is that, oh, now I'm a prisoner.
Yes, I think a lot of people see how, you know, Marika is a beautiful woman, and they hear about seduction and betrayal, and they immediately attribute it to her being, you know, the arbiter of the seduction and betrayal. So I just, I think it's so funny. Yeah, the eternal strumpet of the Golden Order. But for sure, you can hear, I can hear you drinking it aggressively from here. Oh, they're talking to a powder. I was like, I know you're not talking to me, but anyway, so yeah, with having said all of that, I actually think you're both kind of circling the same theory that I had, and that's why I think Radigan was definitely his own person, but is himself a saint of all these different beings melded together in a jar. And I think that's so. The DLC led us down two paths that were very important. The first one is that shaman are, you know, Newman, and that their flesh melds harmoniously. And so now we're supposed to look at beings like Centrina and all the others with that in mind. And the other thing that they showed us that was very important is the ocular seals that Marika like creates / puts in the eyes of her demigod children. And remember, like, for ages I was saying there's a connection here. Every time Marika goes to war with someone, her children end up resembling them in some way. That, I think, is the connection. Like, the reason why her children resemble them, and the DLC taught us this, is Marika was at odds with the Abyssal Serpent, so she locked the Abyssal Serpent away inside of Mesmer behind a golden seal. Same thing with the God of Rot. We hear about how the God of Rot was subdued by a blue dancer, and then how it was sealed away inside of Melania. Where else? We don't hear about it being anywhere else that we can find. Everyone's like, where was it sealed? Oh, I don't know. Maybe below the rotted lake or whatever. But I just don't think so. I think it's in Melania, and this starts to make sense with a lot of the demigods, like Melina and Mesmer especially if you go with Kite's theory that she and I like formulated together, that Mesmer and Melina aren't Marika's children. They are Radigan and the Glowmite Queens. What do you guys think of that?
I like that theory. I have a whole thing of my thoughts on the Glowmite Queen, but yeah, I like that theory.
Let's hear it.
Well, first I wanted to backtrack for a second. What were we talking? I can't keep my brain straight. If we move on from a topic, I'll forget all the thoughts that I've been thinking.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So now I've completely lost my train of thought. Continue.
So some of the things we talked about
That's a great
were
note.
saints. Were you wanting to say something about saints?
It was something related to that, but I won't be able to remember. So I have my notepad out now, so I'll jot down notes when I want to say something.
Okay. Okay, so then the Glowmite Queen. Did you have stuff you want to share about the Glowmite Queen then?
Yes. So I think now this is completely no evidence at the moment, but I think that the Glowmite Queen was the one who led the Newman in their first attack on Meteor.
Ooh.
I think she was, because the Nox have such a connection with death, and like you mentioned, the Godslayers have some sort of connection to the Nox.
Mm-hmm.
So my thought is like, during the reign, my whole theory, I have a theory that the moon is the outer god of death, but we won't get into that.
Hey, that's fascinating.
But I would think that the Glowmite Queen is an Empyrean, which has always confused me. I'm like, okay, so how does she fit in this timeline? My thought is that an Empyrean, it's just a title for someone that is a perfect vessel that can house like this powerful elemental force of like primeval gods. Like they're a perfect vessel. That's what an Empyrean is. That's what it means to be an Empyrean. Like their bodies can house these gods. And have the ability to perhaps house the Elden Ring, and that's what makes them an Empyrean, as to opposed to Mesmer, who wouldn't be able to house the Elden Ring, but can house the Abyssal Serpent. So he's a vessel creature. That's what I wanted to say. Metal, you were talking about the monumentals from Demon Souls.
Yes, yeah.
And I think it's really important that we see that imagery of the monumentals with the shamans. They're trying to create these vessel beings, or at least care about these vessel beings, because that's what monumentals are in Dark Souls. They're like these vessel beings that don't really have a will of their own, but they can kind of see the future. I don't know too deeply on it. I haven't played Demon Souls. Sorry, guys.
There is one interesting thing about that. So, I don't know if you played Demon Souls, Kate, but
I have not. I know nothing about it.
But the monumentals are kind of a bit sketchy. So they claim to have like sealed the god of that world under the Nexus. But actually, from other NPCs, you find out that they perhaps awoke the beast, the god. So they're kind of like untrustworthy narrators, because they narrate like the first cutscene of like the game. So there's a lot to say about that. But yeah, they're kind of sketchy little children, I say, because they're basically children, like they're monk children.
Oh wow. And so how do you think that relates to the I guess the world of Elden Ring?
So let me see if I can pull up my notes. I'm like, I gotta get my evidence really fast. So, the monumentals. So, if you see the stone coffins have images of what looks like the heads of these monumentals from Demon Souls. You know, people would say reused assets, but I think it's more of like a callback kind of thing. Like, oh,
Like
if
a
you know
hint.
about this lore, then you might. This is to help you connect this
Okay.
kind of thing. But the monumentals. This is from a wiki. So the monumental you meet in Demon Souls is the last surviving harbinger of its kind. They are a vessel race, endowed only with prophetic knowledge and lacking all consequence of emotion or personal thought. It seeks to aid the adventurer into lulling the old one back to sleep. So that's kind of what a monumental is. So their faces appear on the stone coffins, but more importantly, they appear in the Bellarat. If you go from the main gate cross up into that sanctum, then their like little statues are there.
Really?
Of these monumentals.
Well, that's fascinating. Now I feel like there's a whole other layer to the story that I'm just completely blind to. Because I haven't played Bloodborne. That's what you said it was, right? Bloodborne?
Demon Souls.
Demon Souls. Well, that's really fascinating. That makes me want. I guess I have to go back and play these other games to help me figure out this story.
Or just look up the wikis like I do.
Or what? I'm sorry?
I was gonna say, or just read the wikis like I do.
Oh, yeah. And just watch YouTube theories and stuff like that. Yeah, for sure. You could probably do that.
Yeah, that's kind of why I kind of went on this train of thought that that's what Empyreans are. The Hornsent have been trying to create vessels, starting with those little burrows that can hold the sprites, and they've been building up to try to house even more like powerful beings within them, like these elements of the universe within like a vessel.
And so you think that the beings in this game that are like that are Empyreans?
Not all of them. I think Empyreans are particularly powerful. Like Rani and Mikola and Melania. Like other beings can hold, like Mesmer can hold the abyssal serpent within him, but might not be able to withstand the power of the Elden Ring, whereas Empyreans might be able to. It's completely, there's no backing for any of this. It's just my own thoughts about it.
I mean, it makes sense to me. Because surely there are like rules to the way that it works and all of that. Surely. What do you think, Metal?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because all of the sort of old saints, so like Radagon, Marika, they all possess like abilities of like plants, of insects. They have like all of these different qualities to them. Like Marika's able to like asexually reproduce essentially with Radagon. Which is, you know, a thing that trees do in real life. But yeah, I just find it interesting as well, like the connection to the Crucible with her children, especially. I've always found like Melania quite interesting, and now that we've got like more lore on Ramina, I think she's perhaps connected to like the Miranda Crucible. Maybe she was, you know, this saint of the bud, saint of these flowers, and yeah, that was a holy aspect to Hornsent culture because they seem to cultivate different aspects of the Crucible. You know, the sort of horns, the plant life, etc. So, yeah, it's a very, very cool thing they've done with the DLC in that regard.
It really is. It really is, and it's fascinating to think about, like, how they, like, what are the parallels, like, what made them think of beings that can be used as vessels, and beings that can, meld harmoniously with other beings, and that these beings are quote, beings from another world outside of the lands between. Are they talking about from the DLC area? Are they talking about from the Shadow Realm? Is that considered outside of the lands between? Because there's a monument here that says that it's the very center of the lands between. So it wasn't always outside of the lands between.
I don't think it is. I think it's somewhere else.
So you think they really are like aliens from another planet?
It might not be another planet, but maybe it just depends on how the lands between works. I kind of see it as a realm, kind of like in D&D, like every realm is like its own like layer. I'm such a nerd, but yeah. Anyways, I think it's like its own little, like in its own little bubble, and like there's bubbles outside of that some things could cross into, perhaps like a multiverse kind of thing or something. I don't know.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned D&D. One of my friends, who is just a little bit more of a nerd than I am, just a little bit, not much, and in different ways. He's very into D&D, and he was telling me that the dragon lore in the DLC is very reminiscent of D&D. Did you find it to be the case for you as well?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know a lot about, I'm not like super deep in the lore. I play it, but you know, I don't DM, so I don't get too deep into it. But I know there is Bahamut and Tiamat, which are two dragon lords. One is evil, the other one is good. So yeah, it's very similar in that way. And I think there is a lot, I mean, the Dark Souls, the original, is kind of, it's based off of like D&D, TTRPG kind of mechanics. So it would make sense that they're in some way influenced by D&D.
Yeah, he was telling me that, so he told me about the two dragons that you just mentioned. And then this is the really fascinating part. He told me that, so these dragons were at war because they're different kinds of dragons, and that there was a woman who was like influencing both of them in some type of way, and she had dark eyes. And she was like, they made her like a deity or whatever. So it sounds kind of like the Glow-Eyed Queen and dragons and stuff. And so he very much subscribes to the school of thought behind the Glow-Eyed Queen being Flisidusax's god.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, that's what he thinks, and it's all from D&D lore, because he says the parallel here is too close for it to not be a direct callback, you know? Oh! Bugger all. Sorry. I'm a southerner, I can't help it. But yeah, fascinating stuff. Maybe I should run. Yeah, I should run.
I'm watching your YouTube, so I'm a little bit behind on what's actually happening in your stream.
I was just being pummeled by one of those giant thingies.
Oh yeah, the big golem.
Yeah, Hawkshaw has some really interesting theories and things that he says. I haven't watched him in a long time because I don't know. I little things about certain people will turn me off. I'm such a bitch. Little things will turn me off about people, and then I just like won't watch their stuff anymore and stuff like that. And there's just a thing about him that I won't get. I don't want to disrespect him or anyone else, so I won't get into it. But there's just a thing that turned me off. But his theories and stuff are really good. I haven't seen them in a long time, so I don't know the kind of stuff he's saying. But from what I remember of him, he's really good at picking apart the story. So if you guys do want to watch him, if you can tolerate the thing that I can't, he's really good with lore. But yeah. So we've kind of. Do you guys think that anyone will be capable of putting together like a definitive timeline that actually makes sense? Yeah, yeah.
I think there'll always be like, oh, but this, you always with Elden Ring, because they don't give us enough, it's always going to be, at some point you have to jump to a conclusion. Because they just don't give you enough evidence to support everything.
It's also like really subjective. Like if you subscribe to the belief that Radigan was always America, then that completely like changes your perception of this timeline. So it's biased from the very get-go. So I think it's quite hard to piece together a timeline like that.
That's true. And that's the thing, is like any just one little thing, it kind of has like the butterfly effect. Any one little thing that you get incorrect, quote unquote incorrect, really changes what you will think the timeline is. Which I think is basically what Meta was just saying. But it could be any little thing, like why are my runes over there? Down to whether or not you think the Ul and the Shaman and the Newman are all like the same kind of people, or like, you know, any number of different things could be off and completely fuck you up. So it's fascinating too.
Even some of the item descriptions are like, some people say, and you're like, well, do they say definitively, or is it a rumor?
Yeah, and who are these some people? Because not everybody is, you know, the kind of person that I would listen to.
Yeah, some of the item descriptions are also written after the fact as well. Like the fact that your Tarnish has defeated this certain enemy, they're written sort of in context of that. So the narrator is completely unreliable, but I always have this inkling, you know, when they say, some say it's this, others say it's this. Like, I think there's like a description of a shield in Stormvale that says there's something, some say the curse is from, I can't exactly remember the item description of that shield, but it's basically like alluding to the corpse under Stormvale Castle. And in those item descriptions, I think they're trying to get you to believe the second, the second idea. So the narrator's always playing with us.
It's always B, never A.
Then you start
Next
using
time
like...
you're on the quiz, the Elden Ring quiz, choose B.
yeah. And if there's ever a D, it's always D.
Yes, it's always D. It's
or
always
like
all
of the above, yeah.
Apollo says, I would love to hear the perspective of Radigan has always been America believers. I don't think that,
Yeah, I don't think anybody here thinks that. Does anyone here think that?
No, not unfortunately.
Yeah. You know who does think that? Oh gosh! What? I didn't know it had an ability like that. Wait, I did know somebody believed that. Who was it? Was it Jack?
I mean, it's
No,
a very
Jack
valid theory.
thinks she's a Jack thinks he's a mimic.
Mhm.
Im Kite might. I'm really not sure. But I don't really think that everything in the game is mimics the way Jack literally, like, that's his whole shtick, is everything in the game is a mimic. And I do think that
I didn't watch his video of the moon being a mimic because I was working on my own moon video and I didn't want to be influenced, but I saw the
yeah.
title and I thought it was really funny.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the moon being a mimic because there was like a dark moon. There was the Nox dark moon that was cast down from the sky. Now all of a sudden Ronnie has another dark moon. So I think that's why he's going with that.
Okay.
It would be worth watching probably. Jack's content is extremely good.
Mhm.
It's
You know,
really good.
I don't always agree with it, like,
Mhm.
but you can guarantee if you're watching, Jack content, you are definitely going to learn something, and he'll definitely sway you in, some idea, whether or not it's the one that you were expecting to be swayed or whatever. But yeah, he's a brilliant person.
Yeah, a lot of times if I'm working on a video, I can't watch any other lore videos because I will be influenced and have to delete my whole script.
Yeah, I would be exactly the same way if I were making videos and stuff. And I've noticed, even though, I'm not making videos, sometimes I'll be like, I can't continue, like, absorbing this information that I am absorbing from a creator for pretty much the same reason, because it'll, like, I feel like it'll kind of, like, fuck up my train of thought. So just kind of, avoid certain ideas. But when I first started streaming this morning, I actually, like, started the stream out just really angry because this bloke, who's like a complete normie, he's not like an Elden Law person, he's just a gamer, and he said that this game is about a mother who loves her children so much that she would genocide for them, and like the anger and the hatred that she has for the people that would harm them can fester and turn into something that can ruin the world. I'm like, what the fuck? Did we
my
play this
God.
same fucking game? Like, how did you get that? And then he started saying stuff just completely out of nowhere that I had never considered before, and I was like, am I dumb? Like, did I miss something? He said the people that make up the Tower of Enir Elim are all shaman. He said Marika's people the tower is made out of her people. I'm like, what? Does
Is he talking about like the bodies that spiral up?
Yes.
But some of them have like horns. I think it's like a bunch of.
Some of them do, but I went to Enir Elim and I looked at it, and there are no horns on a lot of them. So I was like, oh my god, was he right? But then I start looking at the trees that have people growing inside the trees, and that definitely makes me think of shaman, right? But some of the trees are potted trees, and inside, rooms and stuff like that, and they're smaller, and they have humanoid figures on them, and those humanoid figures are really small, and they're homunculoid, so they're not like children, because they're proportionate to adult sizes, not to children sizes. So it's so confusing. But even someone who clearly just kind of glossed over the game and isn't like a like an Elden Law enthusiast, um, he has me thinking about whether or not it's possible that this is, you know, a thing, and was I wrong the whole time, and is the building made out of shaman, and la la la. It's just, that's the power of the uncertainty that this game has drawn for us. Like we don't even know what's real and what's not.
So I know.
Also,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Natalie.
no, I was just gonna say that's kind of a cool theory. I
Mhm.
like that theory about the demon being part of the divine tower. The shaman, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Perfectly valid.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way for us to know. But for him to be saying all this stupid stuff that I hate, and then he says
Yeah.
something that like could be true, I was just
Oh,
like,
wait,
whoa,
that's-
you know.
There's,
But
there's something to be said about like that weaponized like misogyny. For sure. Sorry, Lovey Death, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I don't remember. It's gone.
oh
No.
no,
That's just how my brain works. I apologize, guys.
do you have ADD?
I do.
Yeah, I don't know why I said do you have. Are you ADD? Um, that's fascinating to me because so my boyfriend is also he's ADHD, and I am autistic, and we very much do the same sort of thing constantly. Um, I'm always like hammering away at one subject for hours, and he can't pay attention to it, and he's constantly changing, and
Mhm.
so like if you interrupt him, even not on purpose, or if he can't get his full thought out, even if it's not an interruption, um, it kind of messes him up, and then he'll just like forget instantly what he was saying. So if that's what that was, like I can totally relate. Wait, is he giving up now?
I love what you said regarding life being influenced because it's so true. I think, like you said in her recent video, the Glow Mind Queen video, that she kind of wished that she could go back to like the beginning of the game where she had like some theories which she thought were more correct than the current theories. Because like when you have that first experience of the game, it's very visceral and like it adapts over time, but I wish I could go back to when I first played this game and like my old theories. That would be so cool.
Like that
Yeah.
fresh perspective when you didn't know all the things that you know now or watched all the lore videos.
Yeah, part of me thinks that with whatever game um FromSoft comes out with next, if it looks interesting to me, I might not play it until the DLC comes out, so that I can play it all at once and like put all that information together all at once. I don't know if I'll be like disciplined enough for that, but that's kind of like the thought that I'm having.
I just saw you get on your playthrough get eaten.
Oh, by the lava?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good at getting eaten by things.
I know. I always get dropped on. I'll know that they're there too, and I'm still.
Yeah, sometimes I'll know that they're there as well, and for some reason I think I can maneuver at least like this, and it's like, no, you can't. But yeah, so another thing I wanted to see, pick your brain about, because I think we're kind of on the same page as each other with this. So, for the longest time, I found that there was a connection between the Godskin nobles, obviously, and the Glowmite Queen, but I had, at first I thought it was Ronnie, because I was like, okay, so there's a fat one before you get to Ronnie's divine tower, then there's black flame, excuse me, on EG's body.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's what is it? There's another example of Godskin nobles or something like that
In
that has to do with money.
Rykard's area.
Yes, but that's the thing that I realized later is like, oh, it's not just Ronnie.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Godskins are in Rykard's Church of Igle or whatever, and then there's also Godskins guarding the Glomide Queen's sword that is for some reason hidden in Radon's tower.
Mm-hmm. I think it has to do with the moon.
Yeah, that makes so much sense, and that's incredible. And that's why when you said that, I was like, oh, like that's really fascinating, because so there's a connection there, but then there's also a connection with like, okay, so for example, I thought for the longest time the reason why EG is covered in black flame is because one of the Godskin the Godskin nobles and the Godskin apostles were after him because they want the aspects of the Rune of Death that the Black Knife assassins stole from Malekith, right? So as you're progressing through Ronnie's quest, now all of a sudden people are starting to know Ronnie's secret, and then then they know like maybe where Ronnie can be found, and so the next thing you know, all these Black Knife assassins are there who were originally they were working with Ronnie, so why would they suddenly want to kill her? So that didn't make sense to me. But then later on, when I realized that Black Knife assassins are very much in league with Mikola, so maybe Mikola sent them after her, but that doesn't make any sense because Mikola has been in the Halig tree for ages, and then when he was taken out of the Halig tree, he was in a cocoon in Moog's palace or whatever. So something somewhere along the way still doesn't make sense to me, by the way, with Mikola, because if Mikola's in the cocoon, at what point did he come out and become a spirit and go to the Shadow Realm? And at what point did his body die and become an adult? It's just so weird. But anyway, back to the Ronnie and the Godskin stuff. So then I thought, well, the only thing that can explain the Black Flame is literally Godskin nobles and Godskin apostles. So then I thought, what if, they're wanting to steal back the shards of the Rune of Death, because that's like the whole thing. Because we know that the Black Flame didn't used to be Black Flame. It used to be like Malekith's, red Death Flame. But when the Rune of Death was sealed away, the source of the power is the Rune of Death. And so now the flame was just blank, white. So that's what I thought was going on there. Now they know Ronnie is the culprit for the Night of Black Knives, so they're searching for Ronnie because they want what Ronnie stole, and la 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 la.
It would make sense because at some point, Ronnie gave Rykard the thing that you can use to parry Malekith's the Flame of Death.
You get it from Rykard, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the dregs of the Rune of Death, so that could very well be that they're going after Rykard because he's in possession of some of the Rune of Death, but we know he's not anymore because we get it from what's his face. Anyways, guy we have to fight in Paramazula that sells you the skills. I forget what his name is.
I always want to call him Bernard, but I know that's not Barney.
Oh,
Bernard. Bernard, thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Bernie.
Yeah, Bernie said. Yes.
And yeah, Paulo, I think maybe that's right. That's The ones in Fair Missoula are trying to go after Malekith, but Malekith is really powerful, so maybe they just got about that far and were like,
Sorry, I'm stupid. But, so, Apollo's... Oh, that's what you just answered. You just
Yeah.
answered that, okay. So yeah, so I had thought that, oh no. I'm gonna get knocked down now. I literally just died. But anyway, what was I thinking? So, the other thing that gets me about the Godskins that I find very hard to, I don't know, put together in my head. So they're the Godskin nobles because they went on a god hunt and they collected like the skins of all of these gods, for lack of a better term, right? So if that's the case, who were those gods? They all have yellow eyes, as if, you know, runes. Who were they? Were they? And then, you know, for the longest time I thought, oh well, they must be something like, maybe they weren't actually gods themselves, but they were the people that are capable of becoming gods. So maybe they're all Newman or something. What do you guys think about that?
I was always under the assumption that they were demigod children of America, because there's obviously more than the demigods that we meet in the game. But I have no idea, honestly.
Yeah, I kind of agree too. I think they're kind of demigod children as well. But yeah, it is very interesting, like, the term god slaying, because I'm just reading the Black Flame monk armor right now. And it says, like, the Black Flame monks, enthralled by the god-slaying Black Flame, became traitors, abandoning their posts as guardians. The seduction of a taboo is never easily spurned. So I'm starting to wonder now if that has some connection to, you know, the seduction and betrayal, because, you know, that's kind of relates to the Gloamite Queen. If she has this serpentine kind of form, she's able to sort of like charm people as well. I don't know. That was just kind of a loose thought, but
No,
yeah, I
that
think
makes a lot of sense. What were you about to say? Sorry.
no, go ahead. I was just.
Oh, that's all I was gonna. All I was saying is, yeah, that's fascinating. That makes sense.
Yeah, maybe that the seduction is like, if we think about the trailer, seduction of a taboo. Maybe they're trying to bring a through line of that, like whatever America or whatever that line is talking about, something that was taboo at the time that seduction happened.
I still think that that seduction and betrayal might be like the greater will, or like the fingers of somebody promising America this power and this ascent, and then, you know, she gets it and she's like, oh well, this isn't all it was cracked up to be, is it? Because now I'm a puppet, aren't I?
Yeah. But maybe the greater will and worship of the using like the fingers and everything was a taboo at that time. I mean, if you go to their ruins, the vibes are really off.
The what is really what?
The vibes of the finger ruins are off. They're really off.
Yeah, they really are, and the music in them is quite strange, and it's weirdly familiar. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, if you go to the finger runes, have you noticed that the music is weirdly familiar?
I don't think I've listened that deeply. I usually try to go in as fast as I can and get out.
I can see why. Can't blame you there. But yeah, I noticed something about the music. It's just weirdly familiar, and I can't really place how or why. It's got some kind of vibe to it that I can't place, but it's definitely familiar. It's giving like 80s alien type ambiance or something. I don't know. It just something sounds really familiar.
Almost
Yeah.
the uncanny valley of music.
So true.
They actually achieved it. If anyone is going to achieve something like that, I would say that the FromSoft people should do that for sure.
Speaking of music, what is y'all's, sorry to derail for a second, but what is y'all's favorite song from the DLC?
Boss song or like area song?
Any, just the
Any.
music in general.
I think for me, like the Promise Consort song just gives me shivers every time I listen to it. Especially like the second part, I just get goosebumps every time. I love that tune. Very hard.
Yeah, for me, it's 100% definitely the Promised Consort music. And whilst I agree it's mostly that when the Mikola part comes in, I mean it goes so fucking hard. It's beautiful. It's like mind-blowingly gorgeous. But even the male part, there's an opera singer in there, and he is giving all that he has.
Oh, it's so low. It's like the lowest of low, like singing. And then you have like on the other hand, like really high tenors, like really high tenors.
There's a guy in there who's like, yeah, yeah. I was like, oh, get
That
it,
is
boy.
that is like the top of like tenor range. That is so impressive. Like,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
Yeah, he was really like bringing down the house.
He was giving, he was serving, and we are here for it.
Yes, he was serving cunt, and he's a guy, and it was it was incredible. It was a brat summer then for sure, but yeah, you know, I was very, very impressed with that song, but I have to say the DLC has good music everywhere, and I really am in love with Centrina's music, which is why for one of my streams I just had that music playing over and over. I just had it like on a loop because it's just so good.
It's as addictive as a nectar, for sure.
Yeah,
it's so sad. It's so sad, but like it's kind of addictive too to listen to.
Sure. Yeah.
A Romina in the chat, a lion dance.
Oh, the lion dance one is amazing.
Oh
that's
yeah,
my
the
favorite.
Divine Beast music, incredible.
The last minute of that tune is just, it just like, there's like parts of it that just get so hyped that I'm just like, I listen to that one on repeat. Like if I'm like going for my walk or something, I'm just like, okay, yes.
I think that's a gym tune for sure. Like the sheer volume of that song. It's just volume. The whole thing is just so loud and amazing.
And it doesn't let up. It just like constantly.
Which tune are we talking about?
The Divine Lion, yeah.
Oh yeah. Incredible.
I think my brain, my hard to concentrate brain loves it because it just like, it just keeps going and doesn't give you a moment, like your brain, like it doesn't let your brain like rest. So my brain is like, yes, active engagement.
Love it, yeah. god, they're all such bangers. Like Ralana's theme is incredible. Ramina's, like, wow.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Enoch
it's
St. Trina's music. Oh, just the breaks my heart just listening to it.
Yeah, and then the Shaman Village music,
Oh,
which is just Marika's music again, but you know, it's just that delicate storytelling type. It's a harp, really, I think.
you know
Um,
what the music tells us is that America is the main character of Elden Ring
oh, for
because
sure.
that's the title music. That's has parts of Radigan's music, and of course, that's in the same village. It's like your character is not the main character.
Yeah, she's for sure. She's definitely the character who is connected to more of the story than any other character by far. Um, so if you know, yeah, 100%. If there's a main character and it isn't us, it is 100% her. 100%. Oh no,
100%.
I have no mana. That means I'm gonna have to go down there and actually fight this fucker.
I think I would have enjoyed like when I listened to the Promised Consort outside of the boss fight, I really enjoyed it, but inside of the boss fight, I just got so frustrated with that fight that I couldn't enjoy the music.
Yeah.
that's so relatable.
Yeah, I just wasn't paying attention to the music. But when I finally won, but when I wasn't winning, a lot of it was like, you know, so I don't know how many of you know that like I really do mostly co-op this game.
Mhm.
And of course I'm not going to beat fucking Radon consort person by myself. So I was doing it with Tweaks, who is really really good at this game. And Tweaks is out there giving his most, and I have Tyler watching me streaming it, and he's like, Kate, do something, help in the fight. And
As well.
meanwhile I'm like listening to and I'm just like I'm like caught in the beams of noise and or the you know the beams of music, and like can't contribute because I'm stunned. It was kind of incredible. So yeah, I know exactly what you
after
mean.
Mikola comes out and like it's like, oh yeah, here's my brother, that's also my consort. But that whole section of the music, and you're like, okay, we'll brush past that. Don't worry about it. But that whole section of music, and then like the god beam of Mikola's light, I literally just got murked because I was just like enthralled.
Yeah. Yeah, just the end of you right there. I can relate. It was the
It was
end of me too.
it was the same when I first fought Radigan, and the main theme plays, and I was just like, oh, this is so cool.
So epic.
Yeah, Radigan's music is really epic. And, you know, it's just awesome. Oh no, please. Oh, thank God. Anyway, yeah, his music was like, how do you, I don't know. I remember when I first turned the game on and that music was going. I was like, it was so intense, and it had like blew my hair back, you know? And so I was like, did I win? Like, I hadn't even created my character yet. And I was like, was that the first boss? Like,
The title screen is the first boss.
Yeah. The music is just so intense. But you know, incredible shit. I loved it. And that's funny because in the base game, my favorite music. Before I tell you what mine was, what was your favorite music in the base game?
Well, Radigan's theme, yeah.
Yeah.
And the Elden Beast fight.
Yes.
It's so forlorn. It's just so.
And what about you? Metal Foxent?
Oh, it's difficult. Radigan's is one of my favorites, but I think I have to say Moog is probably my favorite. I love the Moog theme. It's just there's so much storytelling in that song. It's incredible.
And Moog is such a queen as well that we have to.
Mo?
And also, I'm just like a sucker for like harpsichord in any song, so that song is just yeah, it's yeah.
I mean, Moog serves. He comes out and welcome to my dynasty. You're like, okay.
I mean, he's got that drip going. You know, he's got the ice. He's got the drip. He's fully decked out.
And now that we know he's not like some, you know, horrific predator, it is a little bit easier to like see him as a, you know, see his endearing qualities. And he is just like, you know, he's like a child who has been stuck in overly sheltered for a really long time. And now he's out there like, you know, I'm gonna make my own kingdom. And he's just, that's kind of endearing. It's kind of cute. But yeah, for sure. His music is really cool. But I still think that my favorite music is a toss-up between the Elden Beast music, which I think, excuse me, really is Marika's music.
Definitely.
So the Elden Beast music and the Godskin music is fucking incredible. It's so good. So yeah, for me it's like a toss-up of those two things, and I love the vocals in these arrangements. They're just incredible. And it makes me wonder, like, where... So you know how always, like, in films and stuff, they tell you who the Philharmonic Orchestra is this person, it was the choir of so-and-so, la la la. They don't tell you that in Elden Ring anywhere, and I really want to know where they're getting these vocalists.
I know, like, credits, please. Credit where credit is due.
Brandon says he thinks he's come to the conclusion that this game is too good.
It is. We don't deserve Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I was telling my friend, I was like, you know, I'm honestly happy to be alive and experience Elden Ring as some art. As like an art piece. It's just like, I don't know, sometimes it just speaks to like a philosophical, like, and symbolism of things in the world. That's why I like to delve into the lore, because I'm like, okay, but why do I think this, and what does it mean to me in my worldview? That's kind of what art does. Is like, why do I experience it this way?
Yeah. Yeah, and to everybody, you know, it's gonna give something unique, and that is, I think, what makes it so. That's what makes the lore community, to me, so fascinating, is that you know, some people are out here trying to tell, this is the story that George wrote down in his manuscripts, which, you know, that more power to them, because part of me does want to know exactly, you know, the actual quote-unquote truth of the story. Danica, baby, no, don't press buttons. You don't press buttons. But what is truly more fascinating to me, when it comes to the lore, Danica. Danica. Sorry, she's fucking with my mouse and everything. I don't even know where I am anymore. But what makes it truly fascinating to me is hearing the way the community kind of interprets everything, because everybody has vastly different life experiences, and the beautiful thing about this game is, like a good song or like a good film, it gives you plenty of room to make interpretations yourself, and it's not telling you exactly what the story is. So this story could be anything. Like that that guy who's just like a normie who came out here saying, this is a story about a mother who loves her kids. Like, that's what the story is to him. And maybe he has like mother issues, and that's like super important to him. And here I am shitting on it. But like, you know, that's his truth. And that's what I think is really beautiful about this game is, you know, Jack thinks everyone's a mimic. There's nothing to say that everyone is not a mimic. And, you know, I think that everyone is just a piece of America. Not everyone, but all the demigods are just a piece of America. And that Miquella, it's Miquella's future past Elden Ring in Farum Azula, and that's Miquella down there with the elves. I'm sorry, with the wolves. So there's nothing to say that that's not the case. But I also hear theories about how that could be the Glowmine Queen there with the wolves and the Elden Ring from her era. And I like that idea as much as I like the idea that I formulated about Miquella. So I'm willing to accept either one. And it's just so cool that this game, on one hand, it's frustrating, and like earlier today I was just frustrated with everything, and I want to know the reality, I want to know the truth. But on the other hand, it is really refreshing that there isn't like a defined truth that only, you know, these select people are going to have access to. That really it's wholly interpretable. And that brings me to another question that I may have kind of like a controversial opinion in regards to this, but I wanted to see what you guys think before I share my opinion. What do you think about the lore, item descriptions, etc. being different in different languages? Excuse me, not just interpreted differently, but actually different in different languages. What do you think about that?
So personally, I studied Japanese for a really long time. I lived over there for a few years. And just when it comes to translation, a lot of times you end up having to translate the meaning rather than the words, if you know what I mean. Like, you're not so much translating the exact words, but you have to translate what it means.
So instead of translating like lunch, instead you're not translating lunch, you're translating the meal that you have in the middle of the day, which is a lot more words, like a bigger concept. Okay, I follow you.
So, in my opinion, I think sometimes too much weight is put on that in the lore community, that it's different. I do think mistakes can definitely happen, because that's just, humans made this game and that's what humans do, but I do think it gets maybe blown out a little bit out of proportion, but that's my opinion.
What do you think, Nessa?
I think I agree. Maybe I'm a bit, I'm going to say something controversial, but I don't think we should always be believing that the Japanese version of the game is the true version of the game, because so much of this game is made in English, and at the end of the day, like, it's like minor, like, item descriptions. It might be major in terms of like Rani's ending, but that didn't stop me from enjoying my interpretation of Rani's ending. So yeah, I think I agree. I think too much emphasis is placed on it, and it doesn't stop you from having an understanding of the game.
And your cat thinks so too.
Oh, Danica thinks it's time for Chiru. That's what Danica thinks. She is spoiled and doing the most. But I love her very much. But So the reason I asked this question is, and I'm so glad you guys see things the way that you do, because there are people in the community who put a lot of weight on the Japanese translations of things, and largely that's because they have this skill set, and they show off their nice Japanese speaking skill set and everything, which is lovely, and like I'm super envious. I wish I could speak Japanese.
Oh, don't ask me anymore. That was 6 years ago, so I can't speak Japanese anymore.
I
I
would,
forgot it
I
all.
would
I've lived
love
there
to
for
speak
years.
Japanese. It would just be amazing. And my boyfriend can speak a little bit of Japanese. He grew up in, see, where did you even come from? But anyway, he grew up in Okinawa, and so he can speak a little bit of Japanese. But having said all of that, my opinion, which I think is a bit controversial, is I think it would be terribly irresponsible as a storyteller to tell a different story in one language than you're telling in any other language, or different stories in different languages, because then it becomes very much the Tower of Babel. And no one's gonna like come to the same conclusions, and it's like if one version of the story is more true than another version of the story based on these translations, then only these people who speak English or Japanese or Chinese or whatever other language is chosen to get like the true meaning will know how the story actually goes. So the reason why I'm pointing this out is because there's people in the lore community who have Japanese speaking skill sets, and they hinge a lot of their interpretations of the lore based on that skill set. And I just find that so, how do I word it? To me, it seems like gatekeepy a little bit.
Like, I have the sacred knowledge that you can't even access.
Yes, yeah, like you simpletons, you can't possibly know what I know because the Japanese says this, and so la 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 la. But I think a lot of the time it comes down to just the way languages work. Like, as someone who I'm not fluent in German, but I have German family, and I'm very familiar with the language, and I know that German has like a word for nearly every concept that you could possibly conceive of. There is an actual word that like encapsulates a whole sentence or a concept or a phrase in English. And when you translate that to other languages where even English is more concise, then what you have is from German to, say, Japanese or Spanish, the translations are so different that now we're talking about concepts and stuff like that instead of like that, like a word translation like you were talking about earlier. And it does just start to seem too gatekeepy to me, that there would be people who just happen to speak, oh no, I fell, just happen to speak, the right language to get the right story. And yeah, I just wanted to see what you guys thought on that, because I've had this divine gatekeeping. I've had this thought about this for a while, and I was worried that maybe people will think that I'm like being a bit of a bigot or something, but it really isn't. Oh, it's really not like that or about that. It's just that if I were writing a story, even if it was up for interpretation and all of that other stuff, I wouldn't want one group of people to have access to the actual story.
And like people are saying in the chat, there is a lot of culture that is within language that just can't be translated. Like, you can't translate the whole context behind a word in a single word in English. So like a whole concept of like a single Japanese word that would be like a paragraph to explain the context behind it and why it means what it means. Like you can't do that. But yeah, I definitely agree with you that it can feel divine gatekeeping, like Metal Fox Town said.
Divine gatekeeping for sure. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And so you guys in the chat are pretty much on the same wavelength as me. The reason I'm saying is because like there's like 3 or 4 lore creators that I know of that I don't know, that their content hinges on that, and it just seems so gatekeepy to me. One of them is mega cringe, and I think you know who I'm talking about. But the others, you know, one of them in particular is not cringe at all. So you know, I just wanted to see like, is this me having like a bias, or do you agree that? Yeah, I don't think Miyazaki would make that kind of mistake in translation. Yeah, I agree. So I'm glad that we're all on the same page, because I don't want to, you know, I don't know. I have a tendency to be biased about things, and I know those of you who are familiar with my standings on like Mikola, etc., would know that very clearly about me.
A human being with bias?
But I can get really bad about it, so I just wanted to make sure that I'm not, you know, being a brat, which I do have a tendency to do. It is, after all, a brat summer.
True. No, I think it can come across self-righteous sometimes when all creators say that, for sure. Because this game is like so eclectic, and even if it is like just a minor change in language, like there's some like, I'm sure there is some Japanese people that don't understand like the Welsh mythology and the Celtic themes in this game, which
Like,
are really strong.
or like a name of a character being super important to some Western mythology or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. That's just like something to learn about. Right? And that's the great thing about this game. Like it brings together so many people. I don't think. Yeah, I totally agree that it's a bit gatekeepy sometimes.
And now, I wanted to get your perspective on something in particular that I think is really fascinating. Watch when I cast this spell, and watch the ground when I cast it at the mob's feet. See how it looks like water?
Yes.
And with all those beams of light coming down, those look like water too when they hit the ground. I have noticed something really peculiar about this game and the magic, including when you sit at the grace. The graces also look like water at the base, don't they?
Yeah, it looks like the reflection of the sun on the water is what the grace looks like.
And then the little flame that's floating around there. That looks like a person to me. Does that look like a person to you?
It looks like the Dark Soul. I'm sorry, you haven't played Dark Souls, but it looks like the Dark Soul. But basically, the Dark Soul is like a sprite of a soul of a human. So yes, it does look like a person.
Yeah, I definitely think it looks like a person. And do you think that's America?
Interesting.
I think it's America, and I will explain why. When we see Marika in the game, she's dead. and she's been dead for a long time. She's gone. Her body is all that remains, and her body is the vessel. But Marika, um, Marika, sorry, I fell down and now I'm lost.
Oh,
M-
no.
Marika, who said it this way? I think it was, Moxie, who said, Marika's not there. um, and it's so true, like, Marika's not there. So where is she? Well, then we get the guidance of grace, right? Well, what is grace, and who's causing it to guide us? Because the greater will isn't anywhere near this world anymore, right? It gave up on us and abandoned us and went away. So if the greater will's not there, and Marika's not in her body, and when we kill Mikola's body, he goes to the shadow realm. Well, we didn't kill his body, but you know, when his body died in the cocoon or whatever, he goes to the shadow realm. Can gods be killed? Like, since Mikola ascended to godhood, is it even possible for him to die? Is it possible that he's dead? It's a lot of things to wonder about, and I really think that those graces, I think that's Mikola in there, and it's a very Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope situation. And she can't speak.
Mikola or America?
Marika.
Okay.
And she can't speak to us with language, so instead she's just like using grace to point the way, to tell us where she wants us to go to get to, you know, her next objective. So yeah, that's something that I've thought about. What do you guys think?
I think it's a really interesting theory. It kind of, to me, harkens back to like soul projection. So like I don't think she's dead. Like I think her body is still alive. Otherwise, why would they impale it and imprison it? But I think she, much like perhaps Mikola did as Saint Trina, could go around in like the spirit form during dreams. Maybe she can also project her soul out to guide.
So then, where do you think she is?
But I think she's alive in the tree, but she's imprisoned. Like her body's imprisoned, but she can project her soul out into the world. She's, you know, she can't physically move.
Huh. So, why doesn't she speak to us? Why doesn't she, you know, we're her Elden Lord? Why doesn't she confer with us? Why doesn't she let us know what's going on?
I think she can in that form. I don't think she, at that point, like so much of her is imprisoned by the whatever is imprisoning her, the Elden Beast, that this is what she can muster out into the world. That tiny sprite.
That tiny sprite. And that is what it is, isn't it? It's a sprite. It's fascinating to think about.
Metal box sound. Do you have any thoughts on that part?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think she does have like that projection ability because she was a shaman after all. So she works with like spirits and is able to communicate through them, but I actually think there's like a similar situation going on with Godwin and both her. Like she's lost sort of her corporeal form, but she's like communicating in these messages, and Godwin can't necessarily communicate them well. He can still sort of protect Fia, but you can't like say anything. He's like this soulless being. And I was just thinking about this. So when you allow Dee to kill Fia, he says something really interesting. Um, he's like talking directly to Godwin. He's like, "Ha, Prince of Death, take a good long look." And he's like, "Behold, your mother is dead." Is he referring to Marika there? I think that's really interesting, if it is the case. But yeah, I definitely think she's like dead in some kind of way, but yeah, there's something peculiar about her ability to like communicate with us.
And you know, in the Elden Beast fight, when we fight the Elden Beast and Radigan, one thing that I thought was really interesting is that when we are okay, so when Radigan dies, or is defeated rather, the Elden Beast turns his body into a sword. And Radigan's body is Marika's body. So Radigan is a sword. Why is Marika's body on the ground, headless, if Marika's body has been turned into a sword?
I personally think it's just a gameplay thing, but I definitely get your point that it is very weird. There's a dissonance there of
Yeah, that's too
what's
much of a
happening.
that's too much of a continuity incongruence for me. And you would think that from a game design standpoint, they would not want it to be like that. Do you know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
because that's
I
going to
see.
confuse people.
Yeah, I see. I definitely see where you're coming from, but I think what we have to remember,
Sorry.
that's all right, is that nobody can make a perfect game. And as much as we want every single thing to make sense, unfortunately, sometimes when you're making a game, it can't. You're like, well, this is what we can do. I have friends that are game developers, and sometimes they're like, well, it's just this is what it's gonna have to be because we either don't have the time or we don't have another way to get it across. If that makes sense.
It does, but for some reason I don't buy that as being what's happening here. And I think that the biggest reason why is because if that were the case, then there are so many other things in the game that don't make sense that now I would start not having faith in the storytelling in the game anymore. If they would let something like that slip through the cracks and just be like, oh well, that, you know, there you have it. There's not really anything we can do about it. It is what it is, whatever. And it's that glaring of a. What that tells me is either Marika and Radigan were not always the same being and they don't have the same body, or their bodies can detach and they can exist in two different places at once. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, in the chat, BLKMN, I don't know how you want me to say that. Blickum?
Black man. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Blackman. Oh, that makes sense. Um, yeah, they point out that it could be that the Elden Beast pulls Radigan out of America, while also shifting us to the cosmic arena, but America. So he like untethers them from each other, like unwinds them from each other. That's a really cool theory.
That is
Actually,
a
I like
really
that
cool
better
theory.
than it just being a gameplay thing that they couldn't figure out.
Yes, I like that a lot more because the other one kind of breaks the game for me. Yeah, that kind of that would break the game for me. But I have come to that conclusion about some other things, like in continuities. I've thought, like, is this just a mistake, or like, are we supposed to be met with this what do you call contradiction? It's just, you know, it's so, I don't know, something to think about, I guess. But I do love that that theory, Black Man. I didn't even see that he said that. Where did he say that? Oh, way up there.
bit,
I see
yeah.
it. Huh. Fascinating. Well, guys, I have been streaming for nearly 12 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
I mean, I took a small break in that, and it's not really 12 hours. It's closer to like 10 and a half, but
It's a lot still.
it's a lot. And I'm sleepy and I need to medicate and maybe I can finally fall asleep. I'm not gonna count this as an interview because when I do the interview, I want to ask like actual questions and you know, instead of just being like, here's what I think, what do you think? Here's what I think, what do you think? I want to talk about your content and I want to talk about, you know, theories that you have and just kind of showcase your theories and kind of like, you know, do some building off of stuff like that. So I'm not going to count this as the interview if you don't mind. Hopefully I can have you both back and we can discuss law again sometime in the near future. I liked it. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. This was
Thank
fun.
you. It's great.
yeah, absolutely. I definitely want for I want to share my platform. Kite and Jack have taught me the gloriousness of being generous with their platforms, and so I want to do the same thing. I mean, I'm talking to like 4 people that aren't my friends, you know, but still, you know, I want this space to be a space that, you know, lots of ideas are flowing through and we can consider lots of different angles and stuff because, like I said, I have a tendency to be biased, so I have a tendency to kind of close myself into a shell and reject everyone else's ideas, and I don't want to be that way.
I call it lore blindness. Like, people are like, "Oh, you totally missed this part and this part." And I'm like, I have lore blindness. Once I go down a hole, I am going down that hole, and everything else is
Yeah.
just doesn't even exist.
I'm very much the same way, and I definitely want to make sure that excuse me, as I'm piecing stuff together, that you know, these other thoughts and other perspectives and other things that I'm missing and stuff are definitely things that I'm taking into consideration at the very least. So yeah, I'm hoping to continue to have friends join me in the chat, and even people who aren't necessarily friends but are frequent viewers and stuff like that. So this is making me happy. I'm really happy with this. But yeah, so guys, this is my friends Lore Me to Death and Metal Foxhound. Thank you all for listening to everything we had to say, and I hope that we can do this again really soon. I'll probably be back tomorrow, so I won't be gone for long.
All right. Yeah, it's the weekend for me, so I'll be around.
Brilliant.
So hopefully I can watch one of your streams. I'm so sad during the week when I can't watch your stream because I'm at work.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've thought about maybe not streaming every single day, but then I thought like several of the regulars that I have that aren't my friends, well, are becoming my friends, but you know what I mean, aren't from my
Yeah.
friend group. Um, they're here like every day that I'm streaming, so I'm like, okay, if they're gonna be here, might as well. So, anyway, guys, I will see everybody later. You guys have a great evening, and I look forward to speaking with you all very soon.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.